It's just me and this glass of gin against every crab in the world. Should be fine, as long as I don't fall for any pincer maneuvers. Anyway. So here we are, at the nexus of technology. Door's still closed. It's gonna stay closed until I get the power back on. Elevator seems unresponsive. However, for some reason the doors haven't closed completely, resulting in a gap wide enough for a hand to slide through. Open. You slide your hands through the opening, one above the other, and push the doors apart with relative ease. There's no floors above you, so you look down the empty shaft. Count at least 3 floors below you, but no more because of the poor light conditions. In front of you are the cables hoisting the elevator cab, under tension and immovable, which gives you hope that the cab is still attached, and could be used to carry you back up. Using the cables to descend would be highly risky, but possible, so long as you don't slip and the cables don't snap. Throw down a rock, see what happens. You hear a metallic thud, not too long after the stone piece you threw in had disappeared into complete darkness. Judged her to be at least twice as many floors as you're able to see now, making that at least 6 in total. Well, down the cable. Grab a cable with one of your hands, hesitating for a moment just before committing fully. And that moment of hesitation allows you to catch a glimpse of the service ladders to the left. Ladders which were completely hidden in the dark just a moment ago. Therefore, you decide to use the safer of the 2 current options. Drop down from a vent in the ceiling. Alright, pretty sure this is the bottom floor, as if there's anything down below, it's gonna be flooded. Or crabs. Triple fire. Gotta like that. They all went that away. Hopefully it's all of them. Hermit crabs. There's at least one side crab left. They typically are the more dangerous of the bunch. Ah. Well, this was a bad room to walk into. Let me just close that door. One left. Lots of sponge filters. Pretty sure those are only for the side meds. Pretty sure. Not 100%. Don't think there's anything in that room that I actually need. Just a bunch of hermit crabs and a propane tank. Trance. Puts the consumer in a state of psionic super emission. Increase crit damage bonus of psi abilities by 100%. And psi cost by 20%. Lemurian Intelligencer article. Scientific article from a magazine called Lemurian Intelligence, or Intelligencer. The electronic paper it's written on is badly damaged, making most of the text illegible. 1 point. Just need another 6. Also, there's a graphical glitch with that box. Yeah, kind of funny. Or hermits. Really? Lots of plates around here. Like some frag cases. And the other cases. Now I've got that tungsten plate too, but damn it. I was trying to specifically avoid that. Side grab. Set him on fire. Oh, he's not on fire. things falling apart. Surely I've got a repair kit. Very well hidden repair kit. Didn't realize it was so low on frags. Gotta remember that one. Other than grenade cases, don't think there's terribly much I can do with metal plates. Well, there's cluster launcher grenades, but missing the other stuff. More frag grenade cases. No, there's more crabs over there. Or at least, I heard more crabs over here. Might be in that room. Lemurian engineer suit. Suit that was likely worn by the Lemurian engineers. Has a number of integrated accessories that can help with a variety of field tasks. Increases traps by 20, hacking by 10, lockpicking by 10, mechanics and electronics also by 10. Requires intelligence 5. Nexus glass. Broken pair of high-tech glasses. Probably used to assist the scientists and engineers in their day-to-day tasks. Definitely not to spy on the user. 1 point. Why would Google, NFT, ever do that? Don't they know it's immoral? Wish there was a way to turn these plates into metal frags. Know that I can get that done at Foundry, but... Or no wait, is it the other way around? Yeah. I think it's you can turn metal frags into metal plates at Foundry. But I need the opposite. Had some padding, I could make some, or something. Or a carrier vest, which I also don't have. Just a power unit. Get the feeling a lot of stuff is gonna turn on if I flick that on, however. Like, a lot. There's the crab. Drag it out here. extra blast radius is definitely a double-edged sword. A very fun double-edged sword, but still. Useful stuff. If only there was like 19 more hexogen in there. I think the only thing I can make out of this is maybe just a standard grenade. Soon as I remember what the blueprint was called. Right there. A Mark III. Don't think it's gonna help. Room full of water. What are the odds there's an enemy in there? Bunch of stuff in there. Both vents are blocked. It's the crab room. Bet you one of those is a hermit crab. Open that door from the outside. Don't want to be stuck in there with the only weapon I have being a thermobaric grenade launcher. Alright. Turn the power on. Hey. A hand made it. See how many grenades it takes for one of these. Hopefully not more than 2. Damn it. Well, just have to keep getting crits. Maybe I should have tried attracting all of them and then killing all of them. More ammo efficient. Bit less than one full mag left. Surely I won't need more. Bullets. If only they came with a gun. I knew it. Don't think that room was worth using the ammo. Too late now. Forgot there were cameras here. Alright. Whole lot of floors. Only so much ammo. Maybe save before I go anywhere, in case I choose wrong. Submarine dog. Nope. Maybe chemistry? Oh, they know I'm here. There's a lot of them. There goes the ammo. Energy edge emitter. Can be attached to melee weapons with cutting edge to emit energy on impact, but sacrificing the sharpness of the edge. Turn any sword into a laser sword. Better one of those intelligencer articles. Cryo storage. Don't think I've got any way to resist cold on me right now. I can't just try to walk in there, grab the stuff, run away. Or I can let the gas dissipate. Might not work though. Relatively pain-free. Alright. Oddity. Broken high-tech watch. I have to find something that looks like a watch. Right here. It's either not intended for human use, or it's been hit with one EMP too many, because the display just cycles through seemingly random gibberish. 1 point. Gasoline. More gasoline. And magnesium. Graphite. Think that one's for the armor-piercing bullets. I think. Some nasty gas. Napalm. No crabs hiding in the bathrooms. Another intelligencer article. Bullets for guns I don't use. Pump room. Fancy seeing you guys here. Awful throw. One grenade left. Rude. A lot of ammo. Yeah, we'll try punching people. By that I mean, have a 10% hit chance and hit 0 hits. Acid, including the purple stuff. It'll have to do. See green radiance coming from the deep, dark. Must be a disposal pit, or similar. Nothing else on this floor. Technically, this one was optional. No technical about it. Let's go to admin and IT. Only good things happen here. They're full M7. Lemco LC487, Mickey Johnson. Unable to connect to LIN. Only local data is available. From A. McLean. Subject, new challenge. Hey guys, just wanted to let you know that it's finally finished. The musical cipher is here. We've done this plenty of times by now, so don't think it's necessary to explain much. Each one of you will be getting their own encoded text samples in which I have concealed a 4-digit code for the tech vault next to my office. 1 digit per sample. 1 key per person has been used to encrypt each person's text, and the keys are being kept safe on my computer. You will not be able to get them through the wire, so don't even try. First one to decrypt the code and unlock the tech vault gets to try out the Sonocaster at the range. Now, before some of you, Hammond, comment on it, perfectly aware that I've sacrificed some security for the sake of keeping the musical aspect of the cipher as authentic as possible. After all, it's all about having fun with these challenges. This might even be our last one, so why not inject some art into it? Your text will arrive in a separate mail. I'll play you some Lemurian Philharmony over the loudspeakers, just to set the right mood. Alan McLean, Nexus Security. Next email. Mickey, here's your text. CA. Not gonna read all that out, but I will take a very quick screen capture. This will go on the test. Save that in here. Okay. Next email. Hey, Laverne. Need some help with music theory. Hear me out. You're an electronalinist, while I was the worst one in music classes. And you know it to be true. In fact, I was one of the rare ones whose knowledge of musical theory could best be described as utterly abysmal. Therefore, I need some assistance, if I'm to have an equal chance at breaking the cipher, right? And since you're a professional musician, and extremely smart, and drop-dead gorgeous, and a great cook, and a superb human being on top of all of that, makes perfect sense that you should come to my aid, because with your vast knowledge of music theory, it will take you mere minutes to enlighten me. Take so little time you won't even realize you helped me, whereas I would be eternally grateful. Your best pal, Mickey, office next door. Hey, best pal Mickey, I'm busy. Laverne, dear, the screen glare that is perforating the consuming darkness around me. Please help me. I suck at music. I can't even hum a simple tune, let alone deal with theory. Help. Your humble servant Mickey, dark office next door. My humble servant Mickey, victim of your office's failing lights. There can be only one winner in this challenge, and the winner gets to play with a cool experimental sonic gun. Hey, what makes you think I'd want to help my competition, huh? Laverne, your mistress, Office of Joy, Light, and Music next door. My mistress Laverne, couldn't possibly even dream of surpassing someone of your talents. However, I'd be delighted to at least surpass others, so that I may rush before them with the code and catch you in your moment of triumph, or triumphant joy, as you're collecting your hard-earned reward. Would you help me, please? Oh, Laverne, my mistress. Mickey, sad. Hey, sad Mickey. I don't like all this sugar you're shoveling at me. Makes me sick and, frankly, doesn't suit you one bit. Be yourself, the real you. Then I might think about perhaps, maybe, possibly, but not certainly, helping you. Even though I'd always preferred Jeff catching me in that tech vault to you. Ouch. Gonna need some bandage for that one. Help me with music theory, you four-eyed puck, or I'll put your electrolyte in Hammond's sweaty, greasy hands. Yuck. Yuck. That sounds more like you. Very well. I'll be sending you something even you can understand. Luckily, I have some notes lying around, so it'll only take a few minutes. P.S. There's one person worse at music in general than you. It's Hammond. Remember when he turned all of the tuning peg handles on my electrolyte so that they're facing the same direction? They didn't look right, he said. Then the look on his face when I activated self-tuning. Oh my. And one more email. Think this should be enough. Happy reading and happy deciphering. Now leave me alone. Open attached file. Theory. Bits and pieces for unschooled people. Musical note. A notation representing the pitch and duration of a musical sound. In global music theory, there are many musical temperaments, or tuning systems. But one of the most well-known, if outmoded, is the 12-tone equal temperament, also known as 12-tet, in which each octave is separated into 12 equally spaced notes, also referred to as semitones or half steps. The scale comprising of all 12 notes is called a chromatic scale. Learning so much. Octave, or perfect octave, an interval between 8 notes, the total number of notes per octave in ancient systems, also called natural notes, where the last note is exactly double the frequency of the first, and is notated with the same letter but with a raised octave number. Example given, C1, C2. These notes are said to be 1 octave apart, or an octave apart. However, the octave can also mean a diapason, or range, of notes. 7 natural notes and 5 accidentals, or 12 notes in total, in 12th. Octaves are commonly represented with numbers, starting with 0, representing the subcontra octave, although most of the octave is below the non-augmented human hearing range, and increasing by 1 with each successive note. Natural notes are C, D, E, F, G, A, B. The accidentals are natural notes that have been either sharpened, raised by 1 semitone, represented with the symbol octoforb, also known as the hashtag. Well, maybe it shouldn't be, but it is. Okay, and then in comparison to sharpened, there's flatted, lowered by 1 semitone, represented with the symbol lowercase b. And there are 5 in total per octave. In essence, they represent notes in between the natural notes, meaning that, for instance, a C sharp note is the same as a D flat note. It is important to clarify that there are no accidentals between notes E and F. So there's no E sharp or F flat, or B and C. There's no C flat, there's no B sharp. Since a flatted C is technically equal to B, and conversely a sharpened B is equal to C, the same applies to E and F. Therefore, sharpened notes are C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, sharp, not sharp, totally different, A sharp. And the flatted notes are D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, B flat. Transposition, the process of lowering or raising the tonic of a musical piece. Speaking of tonic, sip my gin for a moment. Mouth is getting dry. Much better. Alright. Let's just start that over. Transposition. Process of lowering or raising the tonic of a musical piece. Its key, or tonal center, a pitch upon which all the other pitches of a piece are hierarchically referenced by a constant interval, so that the whole piece sounds higher or lower. For example, if a piece written in C minor is played in D minor, it is being transposed higher by 2 semitones. And modulation. Process of changing from one key, tonal center, to the other within a piece. For example, a piece may be written in C minor, but changes to D sharp major, then to F major, etc. Each of these changes is called a modulation. A transposition of a piece does not disturb the relative changes within a piece, only makes the whole piece universally higher or lower. Musical interval. difference between two pitches. These are represented by the number of semitones they encompass. So 0, perfect unison, 1, minor second, 2, major second, 3, minor third, 4, major third, 5, perfect fourth, 6, diminished fifth / augmented fourth, 7, perfect fifth, 8, minor sixth, 9, major sixth, 10, minor seventh, 11, major seventh, and 12, perfect octave. Right, I already forgot all of that. But we must continue. More fighting. Engage the punch. Miss. It's more of them. Doing some damage. Not enough. It's about what I expected. Alright. What if I take out the camera? That's not good. Can I turn off the cameras? Can't see what you're doing because the screen's glitching out. Think I might just have to leave and come back. If only it was that simple, I know what's at the exit. Might have to reload. Complete the bottom floor and then just leave right away. Yeah, that's gonna have to be it. Yeah, we'll do it faster, stronger, more efficiently. Not to mention, I was about to say I know where the crabs are so I can avoid them, but and they split up. But gonna try that again. Have to be efficient. Actually, I should go right through the door. the crabs to the robots. Well, most of the crabs. Damn it. Just have to open a door, run really fast away from where the hermit crab is. Get in the vent. Locked. It'll probably just attract everything here, but see what happens if I break down the wall. Crab. More crab. Now he's over there. Alright, just gonna wait for the fire to die out. Not ideal. couldn't get away from the hermit crab. Now there's more of them. And it sounds like there's even more of them. Gotta do it perfect. Well, honestly, I don't, but too late. Hello-shaped sponge. This hermit was living a comfy life before you came along. Crab. Damn it. And again. Oh, this is even worse than last time. Tempted to try again, but I'm just gonna keep going. You're supposed to walk the other way. Opens and line it up. Yeah, this ain't good. Just do it perfect. Like that. There's a crab in that room. I don't have to go in that room. Probably. Get to see if there's any bots left. Nope, don't see any showing up. Alright. Risk of attracting the hermit crab. Oh wait. Always like 5L. Alright. Secure my exit, then decide if I want to stick around or not. Guessing the answer is no. Alright. Big fucker. Big health. Have enough in the last grenade I have. Hope so. Yeah. What do we get? Grabs. Decently high quality plasma core, and a holographic fire projector. When connected to a power source, projects an animated ball of blue flame. 2 points. But there is a small chance those guys drop super steel. Or maybe they have a small chance, maybe it's a fixed chance on specific ones of them, but I swear it happened. Low on Everything. Gotta go. I think the safe path is hug the edge over here, go across diagonal, take the way around, and we'll be golden. Actually, before I go anywhere, call up Yehuda. Do you see the ferryman? Sailed north into savage territory. Still. So he's been in there for like 3 hours. Of in-game time, that is. Oh. Well, that's convenient. A ferry rests lightly on the water, gently swaying from left to right. On its deck, a man, old in appearance, but appearance only, is walking up and down the deck busily, moving and sorting some kind of scavenged junk, and at the same time, displaying swiftness and strength, rarely seen in people of his age. And everywhere he goes, he's being followed by a trail of smoke born of his pipe. Who goes there? He says, just before introducing you to his shotgun. Maybe he's got a sense of humor. A potential pellet recipient. Those who are witty at gunpoint have stared down plenty of gun barrels, both as friends and foes. Which one are you? Help. I was planning on shooting. Would have done it already. I just want to talk. That's what they all say. Smoke erupts towards you, but not from the barrel of his shotgun. It obscures the lower part of his face. Everything below the nose, except for the lid end of his pipe. Above, his eyes still stare at you. He lowers his gun and grabs his pipe with his left hand. The glow in the pipe intensifies, while the glow in his eyes subsides. His smile is slight, but he's quick to wipe it off his face. Fine, fine. I won't blow your head clean off. But I'm not interested in talking to you either. I gotta move out soon. However, I got some scavenged material. If you're interested in a trade, that much time I do have. He nods. That much time I do have. Well, take a look at what you got. But first, tell me where to find you. Maybe next time you'll be feeling a bit more chatty. Draws another smoke from his pipe, and unleashes it upward. You know what? You newcomers really are a persistent bunch. Might actually need to start dispensing hot lead if I'm to keep you at bay. Don't know where I'll be next time. If you need my help that much, find me. Or don't. He blows some smoke right beside your face. Well now, here's what I've scavenged just before you came. Let's have a look. Sea worm scales. Disappointing grenade launcher. Grab all the ammo I can get. Maybe some repair kits too. I think that's all I need. A fine trade. Just load one bullet. Excellent. I could turn around and go talk to him, but I'll have the opportunity later. Kinda surprised that I didn't get called over to go do some beach defense as soon as I got out of that facility. Well, now that I've said it, might have jinxed it. Alright, I also wanted to go sell those bolts to the mutie. Might as well do that now while I'm nearby. Want 8 medicine. 4 of each. And 5 bolts. Not as much as last time. Throwing nets would be pretty nice. Or would they? Up to 2 turns depending on target strength. Maybe not. Just grab all of this. think I'm gonna need 6. Keep the other 4 on the jet ski. They seem to be having another discussion and are unaware of your presence. Well, what are they talking about? About this Boggy person. Yeah. Boggy's one derailed maniac from Junkyard. Heard of it? Junkyard? No. Well, Marky, you need to brush up on your geography. Junkyard's one of the capitals of anarchy here in South Underrail. They've got a mutant zoo. Shouldn't feed the mutants, though. Anyway, Boggy's one of the scrapper hitmen I once fixed a scrap compactor for. Long and irrelevant story, that is, but what I want to tell you about is his wicked sense of humor. The guy looked hardcore all the way. Got this big scar over his gray, lifeless eye. Jawline you could cut yourself on. Shoulders as wide as a train. To make him even more scary, he had these 2 Doberman dogs, Bolt and Snap. Stupid names, but it ain't stupid no more when he lets them loose on your ass. Hope this doesn't turn into one of your morbid tales. Shut up, he smiles. So, Bolt and Snap, like their masters, or master, are scary as burning hell. And they're this big. Look, he spreads his arm wide, or arms wide, looks between them with a mean face. Yeah, this big, man. They will strip the flesh from your bones faster than them chomper fishes, but only if Boggy gives them the order. They're so well trained you could put a baby in their mouth, go out, get derailed with your woman, knowing that your kid's in safe jaws. That's an interesting way to put it. That's life, Marky, but these dogs are like machines. Now, Boggy taught him a certain command. When he points to someone and says, "Chop on them cobbles, boys," they charge that person, salivating and snapping their jaws like the true harbingers of castration. But it's a trick. They just knock folks to the ground and keep him pinned down while Boggy's dying from laughter. He just orders him back once he's had enough. Marky, I've seen so much death, suffering, and misery during my lifetime make a wimp like you sick. But the looks of horror I saw in the faces of those poor pipe workers that were the victim of Boggy's perverse sense of humor eclipses everything I've ever witnessed. Some turn pale, some check the pipes in their pants, some try to run, one even fainted. There was also a guy that yelled, "But I still need mine." Heh, what a zoner. Horrible. How can you possibly laugh at something like that? How can you not laugh? It's a prank, Marky. It's fun. Like tasing someone while they're checking the pipes, or pouring laxatives into people's food. Would you still find it funny if Boggy did that to you? Ha, he did. The first time I came to fix his scrap compactor. And I was the one that yelled I still needed mine. Tone. Ah, Marky, I've been pranked all my life. I've been brutalized, dominated, made fun of in every imaginable way. Sure, got scared when those dogs charged at my hanging twins, I'll be honest. But I found the whole thing so hilarious that I laughed with Boggy afterward. It's what life's all about, not living in the bubble. And after your skin's become thick enough, nothing, and I mean nothing, can't break through no more. You become hardcore. Well, you, Marky, you were all traumatized when I tased you in the toilet. My leg got lodged in the hole. Well, the next time I do it, you're gonna laugh and say, "Oh, you cheeky pipe worker." There isn't gonna be a next time. There isn't. By the way, why does Boggy have a scrap compactor? Hey, there's Paul. Paul. Give me the paycheck. No paycheck. Disappointment. Alright. Nothing crazy. Just get some more dischargers. Wish you sold more hexogen. Starting to think I'm never gonna make use of these cheaper grenades, so no sense lugging them around everywhere. That's all I need from you. I could go do a big old shopping trip again. I think I'm gonna pass on that. Hold on to the hexogen. Supposedly I can actually use this thing now. Let's see, is it an upgrade? 108.25. A 20.25% improvement. Alright. Don't have the right batteries. Just keep using the cheap ones for now. If I go back to the nexus of technology and actually clear the place out, I think it'll be enough for a level. At least, I certainly hope it's gonna be. Alright. Let's go before the natives show up again. Probably should have swung by the dock. Sell some more of that natural medicine. Wonder if the ferryman's still there. Nope. Moved on. Back into the hole. Now, those emails about the musical cipher were from the guy in charge of security. So level 7 is where the fancy door is. I think I'll go knock that out first. Locked. Also, I just noticed this is an armory. I'll be very upset if there's like a giant pile of grenades in here. Hammers. And some guns. Be back for those later. Window full of spider webs. 2 locked doors. Gonna be some fun stuff around here. I can already tell. Yep. All kinds of fun. Get rid of you first. hear more. Alright. One room down. 2 big doors left to go. Shotguns. Alright, there's a vent shaft and a computer. I'm gonna check the computer first. Lemco LC387. Welcome P. Bridges. North Gate, South Gate. Not station, unfortunately. And contact active security supervisor. No supervision needed. Check the vent. Spiders in the vent. Who could have foreseen this? Don't like that the spiders seem to know how to space themselves correctly. I also don't like how weak the Punisher is starting to feel. One door open. Or vent. Vent, door. Both can be blocked by furniture. They're basically the same. A lot of creepy crawlies. Wonder if the rooms connect. It does. And someone left the door open. Fuck it. We ball. At all. Seems like it. Yeah, not much here other than just spider. But at least it's been confirmed. Warning, gate locked. You do not have permission to open this gate. Please contact the security supervisor for more details. Nuh-uh, I totally have permission. South gate is now unlocked. Perfect. Unlocked but not opened. Now it's open. Have a permit for that weapon? Sure I do. You're not allowed to see it though. That's above your clearance. Big ol' variety of stuff. Nope. One day, I'll make a build that actually uses traps. Today definitely ain't that day. It's probably not even that year. Or decade. And they are making a sequel. So probably never. Microchip implant encoder. This device can be used to read and write data from and to microchip implants. Manufactured by Lemco. And a intelligencer. Just need one more point. Plasma grenades. Guess I don't have to buy that. Left all the dischargers at home. Kinda wanted to know how much electronic skill was required. Lemurian Philharmonic Pamphlet. There's the one last point. 24. Electronics is just about on par. Now, what feat do I want? Not Juggernaut. Actually, maybe Juggernaut. Only applies with armor penalty of 50% or higher. Unmodified penalty. Do have Nimble, right? Yeah, I do. Reduces armor penalty by 15%. Don't think it works with armor sloping because that just outright changes the armor penalty. Just gonna check. Yeah. Need to make something much heavier than this if I want to make use of that. Which I could. Just have to go make another armor set. What else do I want? Still recklessness and pack rat hound, which would be nice, but not required. And fast metabolism. 25% more healing is... It's definitely sounding more attractive as time goes on. So maybe that one. Then again, go Juggernaut, make a quad panel super steel armor set with a bio regen vest once I finally get all the parts. More health, healing's covered by the vest. Should have planned this out beforehand. You know what? I have been having problems with damage. So we'll go recklessness. There's a security console. Surveillance system. Disable. Now, I should have come to this room first. Floor, not room. And I don't need the rest of that. Lemco LC 487, Alan McLean. From T. Cambridge, no subject. TC, coming over today to collect the ACONR, known going forward as Acorn. Yes, I know that's not how it's spelled. Anyway, coming over today to collect the Acorn from the tech vault. We'll be at the Nexus in half an hour. What's going on? The command wants it here in JSHQ. Thought it was gonna be sent below. Prime Minister and the Technology Minister left some 15 minutes ago after a 4-hour meeting with the command. It seems the plans have changed. It's a real mess here. Everyone's running headless while time's running out. Fast. Indeed. Do you want a strongman on standby? No need. I'll be picking up Acorn only. Very well. I'll be waiting here. Next email. To J. Toplin. L. Noel. ... Subject. New challenge. Hey guys. Just wanted to let you know that it's finally finished. Musical ciphers here. We've done this plenty of times by now, so don't think it's necessary to explain much. Each one of you will be getting their own encoded text samples. Yeah, this is just the same email from earlier, but broken up in 2 parts. Musical cipher keys. Hey guys, challenge is over. As we all know, with Laverne being the fastest one to decrypt her text and acquire the tech vault code. Congratulations again, Laverne. Thought I should make everyone's encryption keys public, so that all of you who haven't been able to decrypt your text in time could do so with their respective keys, and, I hope, use them to finally solve the cipher. Since we're having some peculiar problems with LIN at the moment, and can't use either, I've attached a file containing all of the keys to this mail. Open attached file, musicalcipherkeys.odz. Cannot open. File is corrupted and unreadable. Attempt to repair. Repairing. Repaired successfully, but certain parts of the file may still be damaged or missing. Jeff. Interval key. Perfect 4th, major 3rd, perfect 5th. Octave key. And a whole bunch of numbers. Next. Laverne. Mickey. Arthur. Hammond. Thaddeus. Jordan. Yusuf. Ian. So the one I had was... Actually, stick this one directly on the screen using advanced streamer technology. Just give me a minute. Alright, there it is. Oh, we had Mickey's. So there's the octave keys. Interval keys, minor 3rd, major 2nd, major 6. Guessing this is gonna be also important. Means letter screen cap. And bang, there it is. Right there. We got that stuff, which catch-up sure will be important. Definitely did not forget how to do this puzzle every single time I've gone back here. Just read out the last email. I'm back, brother. Had a lot of work over at the JSHQ dockyard. Now, for some reason I can't find the previous conversation, but I think you were just about to explain to me how that musical cipher of yours works. The one you made for that challenge the other day. It sounded real interesting. Just keep in mind that your bro's a marine mechanic, not a cryptographer, will ya? Yes, that's where we stopped. And don't worry, I'll try to make it easy, or as easy to follow as possible. Well, it was my turn to come up with something this time around, and I really wanted something that was based on music. Not only that, wanted something that would, if not top, then at least be as interesting as Arthur Asimov's challenge from a few months back. But I was struggling to come up with the right idea, till I remembered that 3 times 12 equals 36. Simple realization allowed me to develop the cipher that could, possibly, and only to a certain degree, be applicable in real life, but also made sense musically. In 12-tet, there are 12 notes per octave, and I figured that with 3 octaves, I had exactly the right number of notes to encode all 26 letters, as well as numbers ranging from 0 to 9, which was all I needed to encode. Then, I just took it from there. Of course, I could have spelled all of the numbers, but again, the musical aspect of the cipher is what's important here. Yeah, I understand everything up to this point. Maybe I'm not as dumb as people say. So, how does it work exactly? Okay, so think of it like this. You have 3 blocks of 12 notes, each of the 36 corresponding to a letter of the alphabet. 26 notes out of a total of 36, as I've mentioned before. And the other 10 are numbers aligned so that the alphabet goes first, then the numbers. For example, default arrangement is that letter A corresponds to note C, letter B to C sharp or D flat, C to D, etc. Then the notes start repeating once you reach the letter M. So now letter M is note C, N is C sharp, etc. You go all the way until you're done with the numbers as well. So that's the basic setup. Now the first thing I do to manipulate this arrangement is to transpose the notes in all of these 3 blocks by a randomly selected interval. Let's say the first block is being transposed by a minor third, 3 semitones, in keeping with the musical theme. It means that letter A now corresponds to D sharp or E flat, letter B to E, C to F, etc. Same applies to the other 2 blocks. However, the other 2 blocks are not only being transposed, but also modulated. More precisely, since they've already been offset by the transposition interval, or minor third. On top of that, go to the modulation intervals for each block. For the second block, let's pick another minor third, which makes that 6 semitones in total. 3 plus 3. So 6 semitones from C is F sharp. So again, the first block is offset only by the transposition interval, but once we reach the second, we have transposition plus first modulation. So we start at the F sharp note. Now, the letter M, first letter of the second block, is F sharp, N is G, O is G sharp / A flat, Same principle applies to the third block. If the second modulation, offset interval for the third block, is a fifth, 7 semitones above, 3 plus 7 equals 10, 10 semitones from C is A sharp or B flat, then letter Y, first letter of the third block, is A sharp, B flat. Z is B. Now we're starting with numbers. Number 0 is C, 1 is C sharp or D flat, etc. These three musical intervals, transposition, first modulation, and second modulation, compose the interval key used to decode the cipher. Next up are the octaves, because how will one know which of the three Fs correspond to which letters/numbers? Each block has its own starting octave, and octave numbers always start at the C note. If we, say, transpose a piece starting at B1, the last note in the first octave, by a perfect fifth higher, so 7 semitones, then the next 7 notes belong to the higher octave. C2, C sharp 2, D2, D sharp 2, E2, F2, and F sharp 2. In this case, our transposed piece now starts with F sharp 2. Most important thing to remember is that octaves start with the C note. Therefore, the octave number will always become 1 higher every time we reach the next C. Starting octaves for each of the 3 blocks is something I generate. That is the first part of the octave key. It's a 3-digit number. First digit is the octave number for the first block, second digit for the second block, third digit for the third block. What's left now to do is encode the text, which in this instance were titles of works of our beloved composers. But keep the notes and their corresponding octave numbers separate. The notes are your encoded text, the octave numbers are the second part of your octave key. So your completed octave key is the 3 aforementioned starting octaves, followed by all of these octave numbers. And that's all there is to it. What do you think? Which part of the "I'm a marine mechanic and not a cryptographer" didn't you understand? Exactly. Did you really think I was gonna understand all of that? I knew you were gonna get carried away. I apologize, brother. Suppose I didn't need to go into so much detail. And you always fall for it, brother. I was joking. I understood that musical part. The cryptography, not so much. Think I got the gist of it, though. Can see you really put a lot of thought into it. Now, I have to run. Just got another call. See you after I'm done. Take care, brother. You got me there, but you're right. Do get carried away easily. And yes, as I've mentioned earlier, wanted this to be something special, unique. You understand. I'll see you later, and you take care. My office conceals no danger, but possibly that of a chair breaking under my weight. Yeah, I definitely understood all of that. You have a whopping 7 int after all. Okay, I've had the other 2 parts sitting on the screen. And now, the last bit. Which is to say, all of the work I put into writing down how the hell to figure this shit out the first time around I played this. Doesn't quite make sense to me, but I'll figure it out. And yes, I did actually write this myself, and then added details because I was thinking of releasing it, and then I never did. Okay. So, me just make sure this is all displaying correctly on the stream. Seems to be. Let me just pause the game so that no more, or I'm pretty sure the timer doesn't run while I'm in the building, but just in case it does. Anyway, let's figure this shit out. So I've got the numerical value for each node. First row text, text translated to number, key / which octave, then use table below to apply octave interval, find letter / number. This was from the last time. Started with this, turned it into claustrophilic destiny with a 9 in there. I just have to figure out how exactly to do it. Add some new lines. Okay, so looking at the text, goes C, A sharp, G, C, then G again. D sharp, G, A. No wait, A sharp. B, F, sharp. A. C, A sharp, G and G. Then B, C, D sharp, A sharp, B. So that's the first line. So looking at this first one, very directly translates. So 0. A sharp 11, G 8, C 0 again, D sharp 4, B 12, F sharp 7, A is 10, just trying to space this so it's easier to read. Well, at least easier to read for me. Probably a very unorthodox stream experience. Imagine most people who actually want to open the doors just use one of those online solvers. But not me though. I've got brain damage. Alright. So that's the text translated to number. And the next one was the key / which octave. I think I just used the octave key I have found, so key 1. Just type it all out. 3, 6, 0. 7, 3, 3. 7, 6, 7. 3, 6, 3, 6. 7, 3, 6. 3, 3. 6, 7. Oh, I broke something. No, I've just been typing it wrong. Alright. Which is pop open an extra copy of that screenshot so I can look at it on one screen rather than two. Okay. 360 733 767 363 6373 633 67366. Ah shit, I did it again. I'm just putting my freaking hand too far down the numpad. Okay, third time the charm. 360 733 767 3 6 3 6 3 7 3 6 3 3 6 7 3 6 6. Bunch of numbers. I think I'm missing a part of this. Oh, right. Now I remember. The first 3 numbers don't include. At least I think that's what it was. Now I've got more than 3 extra numbers. Unless if I typed in more than what was there. If only I could copy paste directly from the dialogue. Alright. Just double check it. Yeah, well, the numbers are right. At least they seem to be right. Alright, shave off the first 3. Still doesn't seem quite right. I've also been forgetting about the intervals. minor third, major second, major six. Oh, okay. So I think 360. And then the fourth number I also get rid of. Okay. Got the right number of numbers to the other numbers. Now, turning them into letters that mean things. Or wait. Octave numbers decided by octave key. So 360 would mean change that. Over here, change perfect fifth to minor third. Which is 3. And the next one was major second. Adds up to 5. The last one was major 6. Okay. Type or punched in the numbers. Now I just have to remember how to do the rest of this. So, looking at the previous one I did, 10, then 0, ended up at C. So it was there. I forget what was typed in there beforehand, but it ended up over at C. So added 5 onto the number. Then for this one, 0, Suddenly I'm wondering if I'm doing it wrong. Probably. Anyway. 0, 3. It's all 3, 6, and 7. 0, 1, 6, 7, 3, 4, and 5. What does it mean? Thinking. Let me have a drink. So, octave 3, which means it's this block, and it's 0. Then modulated or not modulated, or whatever, just increase it by 3. So maybe it's C. Next one. It's also a 3, but 11. Start here at 11. Add 3 to it, so 14. Don't think any word has CB right next to each other. No, wait. That's probably wrong. Anyway, next one. 7. Already running into a problem. Let me see if I pop open one of the other completed sheets for this, if it'll make more sense. Alright, here's another one. This one's got 7, 6, and 3. Nothing else for the numbers here. And 3, 6, 0. Or no, wait. It's got a bunch of other ones. Maybe I've just been looking at it wrong. Which case, 3 start on this line at 0. Then add 12, so 9. And that doesn't make sense with the other one. Maybe. Let's try. So 3, 11, plus 12. So that's 23. Yeah, no, there wouldn't be 2 numbers on the same row. Shit. Still don't quite get it. We must study. Alright. So let's start at 7 here. Know that the answer is S. Anyway, 7, 1. Then add another 7. Maybe I just start up there. Nah, that still wouldn't make sense. Would have to start at 0. I'm just reading it wrong. Use table below to apply octave interval and find the letter/number. What did I mean by this? I think I'm starting to smell burnt toast. No wait, that's just my brain. Got 2 more that I can stare at here. Maybe there's some hints I can pick up on them. Yeah, this one's all chanked up. It's got a bunch of question marks in it too. So, let me just zoom in a little bit, just in case it's not super visible on the stream. It's probably pretty tiny letters. Okay, try to figure it out from this line. I think for this one I just knew that it wasn't quite working like I was hoping it was, and I just only got the numbers and immediately stopped after I did. Actually, there's an extra line in this one. Seven and 3. Not seeing a number on this one. This one's got 4 and 2. The top one's got 8 and 4. Let's see. G, 8, 1. Or ignore the G at the top. 8 and 1. Ends up with 8 or 4. Still don't quite get it. Alright, looking at the last one. Yeah, this one actually looks a bit more complete. Six, 0, 3. The other one was 630 360. This one was also 360. That does correspond to the start of each of the octave keys. Three, 1, resulting in T. So it has to be this middle block. So 3. Don't see how that ends up at T. Less. Yeah. 13 plus 7 ends at 20. You get T. So even though 1 would be over here. Or no, wait. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Shit. Okay, so that's the first one. Second one. 2, 7. Don't see a 2 anywhere. Ends with H. H is in the first block. So 7. Go to 2. Add 6. Get 8. H. 6, 11. It goes to K, which is 11. Add a 6, 17. E. Okay, think I'm starting to understand. Let's see if I actually do. So, 3, 0, plus 12. Again, 9. Yeah, no. Still doesn't quite correlate. How did I end up with these? Zero, 1, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5. You got a 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 0, 1, 2. This one it's 6, 7, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2. How is that decided? I think I see it. I think that's right. So let's try that again. So 3, 0, plus 3, C. Next one, 3, 11, plus 3, 14. Seven, 8. Plus 5. Doesn't seem to be spelling out a word. Must be having it wrong. But I'm gonna keep going and see what happens. 6, 0. Actually, how do I handle the zeros on the other one? This one. 0, 1. Ends up with R. It's either 6 or 18. Doesn't see how it ends up like that. Same thing with this one. 0, 7 results in R. Go over to 7. Maybe I just add a -1 to the total result if it starts with a 0? Doesn't quite make sense. Yeah, not sure how I'm ending up with the results I ended up with. Try again. 6, 9. I. Add a 6 to that, end up at 15. C. Checks out. 0 or 1, 0. So line 1 or this block. Add a 7. So it should end up at a S, but instead I have R. Continuing on, 7, 3. Ends up at an I, which makes sense. Zero, 8. Add a 7. Or no, wait, I think I did that wrong. Yeah, go back to this one. Three, 0. Actually, what if it loops it back around to this? Then add a 3 to that. Nah, I still end up at C. Seven, 8. And add a 5. End up at M. 0 or 6, 0. Ends up at Q or P. We'll add that as a second line. Still not spelling out any words. 8, 7, Same as the last one. Three and 4. G. I've gotta be doing this wrong. But I don't know why or how. Maybe if I look more at this one. This one's also all kinds of janked up. Actually, am I sure I got the right stuff from the computers? Yeah, this is the one I grabbed for the screenshot. And the other screenshot does confirm that it matches up. Maybe I just accept the garbage inputs and see which ones are gonna give me a number. Right, continuing on. 6, 8, plus 5, M. So next one's B. Six, 12, plus 5, Q. Three, 7, plus 3, J. 7, 10. O. 3, 0. Three, 8. Six, 12. Just notice, if I'm only looking for the numbers, then the only ones I'm gonna care about is 0, 1, and 2 on the octave key, that is. The only one of those is in the first 3 letters. Oh. Sometimes it's spelled out, rather than directly there. Huh. So first line I might just have to guess. Alright, second line. A sharp. B F G G G sharp. E C A sharp. G B Just make sure this stuff is spaced. G B G F D flat. A sharp. B C C F. E sharp. A sharp. E F sharp. G. And the numbers or octave key. Three six zero 6363 631 7 336 3376 371 636 363. A lot of numbers. Get rid of the first 3. Space them out. At time I only got rid of the first 3 rather than the first 4, and I've got the exact right amount. So must have fucked something up with the first one. Not sure what. Alright. So that's the octave key. Keep misaligning everything. D sharp. Four, 11, 12, F sharp, 7. Eight. Okay. Another line. First one is P. Second one is C. It's already not looking like a word. Alright. Just skip right to only looking at the ones that might result in a number, which would be this one. Oh. So 1, 5. Add a 12 to that. Be 17. So 2. The other one that could potentially be a number that's up to 12. That's a 5. 2 or 5. Which still doesn't seem right. There's only supposed to be one number per line. Supposedly. Yeah, definitely doing this wrong. But I need to type all this stuff out eventually anyways, so more typing. Alright. Just get all the notes typed in. Then I'll type in all the octave keys. Then I'll figure it out. Sort of. Maybe. Hopefully. Alright. I think that's all of it. Unless if I accidentally covered up part of the screenshot. No, I think that's all of it. Sure hope I didn't type any of it out wrong. Now the octave keys. Just after another sip. Last one's kinda long. 360 733 631 736 637 366 3377 363 7366. Okay, so that one's right. Spacing will continue until shit makes sense. Which might be never. And the translating. I think I might have just noticed an error I've been doing. There's just a lot of these C's that are 8. They should be 0. Don't think I got that far on that light anyway, but at least I don't have to worry about it in the future. F sharp 7. Sure hope this isn't the most boring stream I've ever made, but it might be. I don't know, maybe people are into this weird kind of shit. No, I am, but don't exactly get the same view that other people do. Alright. Start translating stuff. Actually, how about I just fish for the numbers? See if that works. One, 3. Gives me 0. And only a single 1 on this one. Which is a 0. Which automatically means it's a 12. Which means it's a 9. If that makes sense. So currently, the answer is mystery number 2 or 5, 09. Let's just try spamming some stuff into the electronic log. Let's go with 1. The other one was 2 or 5. Then 09. Yeah. Incorrect. 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 Might be here a while. Tried 6 last time. Right, so 2 is not the second number. Let's try 5. Yeah, I'm doing it right. Right? Yeah, probably. Maybe. Forget where I was at. Well, I got it wrong. Surprising probably no one. Right, back to the drawing board. How does everything work? Because I might have gotten one of the fundamental parts wrong. Got the blocks labeled right. It's 3, 6, 0. Interval keys, minor third, major second, major 6. Which does seem correct. Interval key for block A, it's just major third. Block 2 is major third plus major second. Block 3 is major third plus major 6. What else? Gonna keep trying to actually translate it, because if I can start getting words out, then I can definitely get the numbers out. 7, 0. What if I treat it as a 1? Three, 11. Three, 8. Six, 11. Still not spelling out any words. So I only get the one thing of text, so it has to be the right one. I only have the one thing of octave keys that ties to that text. At least I think that's how it works. Maybe I have to take the result I'm getting and shift it over by 1 or something. Good thing I'm not an intelligence build, 'cause I am never getting the Sonocaster at this rate. Wait, I'm also getting K over here. So 3, then 8, add a 3 to it, end up at K, so that makes sense. And over here, go to 3, then 11, add 3 to that, end up at 14, that's B. And I only got it wrong for that one, not this other one. Not that it makes the result make sense anyways. Uh, Maybe if I keep staring at one of the other ones, it'll start making more sense. Yeah, this one actually spells stuff out. This other one also spells stuff out. This one does not. Yet I still found the answer in this one. The one thing I haven't had to do in this text file at all is deal with modulation. Or at least, don't think I do. Transposition, yes. Modulation, no. Maybe if I reread email or whatever. Skip forward to the part with modulation. However, the other two blocks are not only being transposed but also modulated. More precisely, since they're already being offset by the transposition interval, which is minor third. Top of that, go to the modulation intervals for each block. No, wait. Don't think that really enlightened me. complete octave key is the 3 aforementioned starting octaves, followed by all of these octave numbers. Eh, need to think some more. Go to the other computer. That's the right stuff. How about this thing? Will reading through it suddenly make me realize the error of my ways? Let me just check something. I've got them written down the right way, so it's not that. Alright, just gonna keep banging my head on the wall. Let's say if I shifted all of these letters over by a bit, say +1. Still not typing out anything. Secret's gotta be in here somewhere. see. How did it end up with K the first time and B the second? 6, then 7. Major third, add a 4, and a bit K. Then add an extra 3 and you end up back at B. Where'd I get that extra 3 from? Next one, 4, 0, plus 10, ends up at V. And if I want to go to N, that's an extra 4, not 3. Word 4 plus 10, N. R is an extra 4 also. So why'd I only add 3 on the first one and then 4 at the other two? I mean, either way, it didn't give me an actual proper answer. Might need some more gin. Not because I think it's gonna help with figuring it out. Just might be here a while. Actually, how about I redo this first line because I know for a fact that I fucked it up somehow. Copy this over. Make sure I actually got it right. C, A sharp, G, C, G, D sharp, G, A sharp, B, F sharp, A, C, A sharp, G and G, B, C, D sharp, A sharp, B. So that part's right. It's then the octave key. Just one extra still. So must have gone something wrong. Read it again. 733 767 363. And I lost position on where it was. 7363. Then 637. Three, 6, 3, 3, 6, 7, 3, 6, 6. So now it's correct. It's just a mismatch. Somehow. What if this is the wrong octave key? This one's not missing any info on it. Or this one. Never mind, it's missing one letter. And one number. But it wouldn't work, would it? You know what? I am going to shamelessly pop open the wiki, see if I can find a hint. Hopefully not the whole solution. That'd be kinda boring. Alright. Reading the article. Like the mutagen puzzle, this is a major puzzle that usually requires out-of-game effort to solve. It's a music-themed cryptography puzzle where you have to break a musical note cipher. You get both the ciphertext and the decryption key, so the objective of the puzzle is to read the instructions and implement a decipher. The solution of the puzzle is different for each playthrough, but the same decipher will work for any given ciphertext and its key. Puzzle also changes with difficulty. On easy, a separate encrypted line which contains the TechFault key code digits alongside random titles of Lemurian compositions that can be used to test your solution before decrypting the numerical code. Normal, the encrypted key code line is removed. Instead, it is randomly inserted into the Lemurian composition. Key code digits may appear as text. Example given, 6 or SIX instead of 6. Hard. Punctuation, spaces, and the like are ditched. Instead, all symbols are in groups of 5. Roughly 7% of characters are corrupted, appearing as an asterisk. And dominating. Same as hard, corruption frequency might be higher. Not verified. And hint locations are the computers I already checked. And there is a way to easily copy stuff to, or copy the shown dialogue to the notepad by just pressing Ctrl-C while I have the dialogue open. Damn, wish I had known that. And they have a whole explanation with a bunch of tables that explain how to do the whole thing. So far it kinda looks like what I've been doing, but where have I screwed up? Let me keep looking. There's a line in one of the steps here that makes me very confused. It says, take the first line, add the octave numbers from the first octave key to the notes. I remove the spaces as they are randomly placed, at least on dominating. So maybe that's the part I'm fucking up on. Yeah, no, that didn't really help at all. So let me think. The octave key is correct. Can't really argue with it. I mean, means something else is screwed up. What if I got these things wrong? And it's not corresponding to the blocks that I think it is. Let's try sixing the sixes and the threes. So, 11, 3. Twelve, 6. It's already nonsense. Maybe it's the transposition or whatever that's going on with interval key A to block A, interval A plus B for block B. Maybe that's not entirely correct. Alright. Not giving up, but I am taking a break. Be right back. And I'm back. Slamming my head into the wall. Repeatedly. More violently than ever. Alright. So I'm just gonna type my way through all of these, then start thinking of alternatives. 6 and 6. Three and 8. Or 6 and 8. But while I'm at it, I try again that idea of switching the 6 and the 3. Just to see. So 3, 11, 14, B. Six, 12, 17, Q. Three, 6. I. Yeah, that's not a word. Let's keep going anyways. 6, 8. And the other one, 3, 6. 3, 9. 1, 5. 12, 17. 7, 0. 'Not sure if I should be treating the zeros as ones or negative ones. I'm gonna treat them as ones. So 6, which is R. Three, 11, 14, B. 6, 12. 38. No wait. It's not right, is it? 3, 6. Seven, 2. Seven, 0. 1, 0. Yeah, there's definitely something messed up here. Not supposed to be getting multiple numbers on the same line. Continuing on. Yeah, not gonna bother with this second line here. Something is definitely not lining up. I should figure it out. You know what? Here's an idea. How about I take one line of the sample that's provided on the wiki, see if it makes sense. With that, here's the octave key. I'm just gonna copy paste this part. In the wiki, it is major 7th, perfect 4th, minor 6th. Copy that part over. And it's still 360. Major 7th. Instead of typing this out, I should just write down what the number it represents is. Major 7th, 11. Then the other ones were perfect 4th and minor 6. So perfect 4th is a 5. And then minor 6. Let me just make sure that's it. It is. Perfect 4th, 5, minor 6, 8. Okay. That's the octave key. And I also have to translate what each of these is. No, C is 0. I completely forget what the other ones are, so copy this over. Alright. Now the translating. 7, 11. Add a 16 on top of that. 17, 27. So I would loop back around. 24, 25, 26, 27. 4 and 4. It's up to 16, so C. 7, 10. That's up to 26. 5, 26. 8 and 2. Wait, what? Is there supposed to be an 8? Yeah, there is. Also, I just looked at the wiki page again and I'm already completely off. So something about my method is fucked. This is what it should be. And I'm completely off. So how did I end up with an O instead of an S? Start again. 7 and 11. So add a 16 to that, which is 27. So that brought me to O. Should have brought me to S, which is 4 off. Then the other one, 4 and 4. So it brought me to C, should have brought me to E. And it's not off by the same amount as the other one. So what part of this am I getting horrifically wrong? If I can figure that out, I can solve this whole thing. Then the next one, 7, 10. Add a 16 on top of that, 26. Brought me to N. Should have brought me to R, which is off by 4. Don't know about this 8 business. Don't have an 8 here. Closest one I have is 7. So this block. 2. Bring it up to 18. Gives me an R. Should have given me V, which is either 10 or 22. It's off by 4. And 12. So bring that up to 23. K. Should have given me A, which is off by 2. So far I've noticed, everything in block 2 is off by 4. Everything in block 1 is off by 2. See if the pattern continues. Seven, 6. Add a 16 to that. Mental math. $22. Took way longer than it should have. So that gives V. Should have given me N. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. Seven, 12. $18, 28. Adds up to B. Should have given me T. Actually, shouldn't that have been off by 2 rather than 4? Did I do it wrong? No wait. That's correct. 2, 0. Add 19 to that. Gonna bring that up to 20. Gives me a 5. Four, 3. Should have given me B. Off by 2. I feel like it should have become obvious by now, but I don't know why I'm off by a consistent amount on each of these. Yep, continue. 312. So I wonder, shift the things over by 2 or 4, depending on which block they end up on. Will I get any words that make sense? let's see. Block 2. Try to move it over by 2. Or, no wait, that was 4 on this one, wasn't it? Let's just try directly copying this one, see if it gives any results. Not the smartest thing, but I'm more into brute force anyways. Right. So P, shift it over by 4. T. C. Shift it over by 2. E. W. Shift it over by 4. O. K. Shift it over by 2. A. M. Shift it over by 4. Q. It's not looking like a word yet. Yeah, no. This isn't anything. But I know for sure doing something wrong. Just have to figure out what. Let me look at the website some more. See if it explains it. Okay. Noticing one big thing in the example given that's a lot different from how I've been doing it. Just to say, the way I've been doing it, it's just start at the number. So octave 3, start at 3. And then just the number that the, whatever you'd call it, the note is, then add on whatever the interval key is, and then just add the two together, see which letter you end up with, which, to be fair, did get me the right results on the other ones. But on the wiki, they have all of these added on to, let me see if I'm looking at it right. They have it where there's a bunch of rows, corresponding to each node. They leave a bunch of blank spots. And the number of blank spots in front of where the numbers start corresponds to the interval key. Theoretically though, it should work just the same. But why is mine not working? No, I can't figure out why my method's not working and the example method is. And yet, do not have the answer. Maybe I just have to keep trying to offset the answer I end up with up until I actually get something legible. Because as soon as I start getting words, I have a pattern. Then I can take that pattern and apply it to everything else. Just have to find it. So we'll start with this first word here. PCWKM. Whatever it actually means. The ones that have a 6 are in block 2. Ones with a 3 are block 1. They're going to be offset by different amounts. And I need to get both of them right. Which now that I say it out loud, does not sound easy. I like to make it seem like I'm thinking, but I'm just kind of sitting here looking at my glass of gin. Now, I'm sipping from the glass of gin. Maybe I can figure out why this one worked, this one didn't. Because this one also doesn't. If I can figure that out, figure out the solution. Noticed an error with this one. Crim Rin Meadow Ballet should be Crimson Meadow Ballet. So why is it an R instead of an S? It's off by 1, and it's a 0. I think I treated it like a -1, so it ended up at R instead of S. Do I have an easy way to identify everything that's in block 1 and block 2? Yeah, sort of. Everything with a 3 or a 4 is block 1, everything with a 6 or a 7 is block 2. Starting with all the block 2 stuff, move it over by 1. not enough letters to really make sense of it, but I get the feeling it's not right. Also because there's very few words that start with Q and also have an X in it. If any. So far, I think the only thing I've accomplished in this scream is you should not hire me as a cryptograph. I suck at it. Consistently inconsistent. How about I try recreating the way that the web or the example on the wiki does it? So they start with this at the top. And for the rows, goes from 1 to 8. And in this example, 0 is Y, Z, 0, 1, 2, whatever, going on to 9. Zero in there. It is. Screwed it up. Alright. Looks like what it should. I've got that. Line 1 and 2 are blank. Continues on at 3. The next one is at 6. Right. This is kind of what it looks like, except in their example they have cells rather than just fucking around in a notepad. And the next part is gonna be sort of difficult to implement just because I'm not using cells, but the example given, major 7th is equal to 11. Wait, is that the part I got wrong? Nah, that's correct. Each of these has 12. So if I move all of these over by 11, or no wait, block 1 is the one that goes from A to L, so that one gets offset by 11. So in other words, all of this is more or less gone, except the last one here. Then on row 4 is where everything else is. Something like that. Actually, instead of doing it one at a time, it's gonna more or less copy the end result they have here. Slide 1, it's blank up until G. Actually, why am I doing this with the example, not with the one I actually have to work with? Stick it right here. Okay. Going off of the example, should probably have a row 0. Okay. Row 0 is bumped up by 12. In other words, starts on 1 instead. I did that right. No wait, missing a 0. Okay, that's more like it. The next line would be line 3. Offset by 3. Start at the 4th. Okay, so that part's entered. And the last one on 6 moved over by 5. Okay. That's all that stuff typed out. Let's try it again. Will totally work this time. Alright, I forgot there was an extra letter. Still don't know how that happened. Just make sure I'm not confusing something. Yeah, no idea how that happened. So I'm just gonna use the second line instead. Okay. 6, 11. Or no wait. I have to use a different method now. Whatever that method is. Let me read the wiki some more. So A sharp in octave 6 is equal to R. So I guess I can just kind of ignore this translated thing here. Just rely on the note itself and the octave. So A sharp R B 3 I F 6 M. It's already starting to look like a word. G 6 Here, no wait. Got that one wrong. First one. It's a 3, not a 6. Oh. Rhyme. Then I'm guessing the O is part of a second word. G sharp 3 F. So rhyme of E2. It's nothing on 2. Or no wait, I'm looking at the wrong part. It's on 1, not 2. Just gonna get rid of the original stuff because it's nonsense anyways. So 1E 2. So that's the first piece of the code. 2. It only took me like 3 hours to get here. Anyways. 7C. A sharp 3. Already know that one. 6B. G3. F3. D flat 7. A sharp 6. B3. C7. C1. F6. Wrong one. Pretty sure this is Rhyme of the Security Marine. But let's keep going through the thing. D sharp 3. A sharp 6. B3. F sharp 6. B3. Yep. Okay. So, once again, the wiki is right, and I'm horribly wrong, yet somehow managed to find the answer last time, but not this time. Still not sure how the hell I managed to find a method that works sometimes, but not all the time. Again, brain problems. Okay, back to line 1. C7. A sharp 3. Really have a bunch figured out from the other line, so just gonna scan that one for it instead. Except for this one. D sharp 7 is not on the other line. Seven, 6. And 3. No, I might have been better off writing the numbers here instead of the notes. Maybe I do that. By do that, I mean copy. Okay, should make it easier. 10-3. 0-7. Is the spacing all fucked up? Zero 6 does not exist. 07. Well, the first half of this makes sense. The second half, not so much. Again, have to figure out where the typing went wrong. Or I can just brute force line 1. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, continuing on. Eight, 6. Six and 6. Three and 1. 0. So far the answer is question mark 20 question mark. Last line. Nearly there. Took way longer than it should have, but blame that on my past self. Not me. It was his fault. 07. 11-3. 8-3. Everyone notes that's an E. 11-6. 11-3. No wait, that's wrong. 11-3. H. Seven. I'm at the stage where if I don't say it out loud, I can't think it properly. Pity me, please. 6 and 6. 12 and 6. 8 and 3. 3, 7. Which I think the last number's 7. Just a guess. Five, 7. Wait, is that right? Seems right. 0, 7. Is 9, 3 correct? No, that should be F. Wait. Now it makes even less sense. Let's go back over here. 8, 6. That's an O. 9, 3. That's an F. 8, 3. It's an E, not an H. 5, 7 is X. 0, 7 T. 12, 3 I. 7, 6 N. 6, 3 6, 3 C. I'm gonna solve the word for extinction. Do it properly. 0, 7 T. 12, 3 I. 8, 6 O. 7, 6 N. There we go. Other than the first line being fucked up, got it all. Got the towering something or other, rhyme of the security marine, omnipresent pressure, and the rhythms of extinction. There's just some fucked up music down here. Then the code was question mark 207. Alright. Took way too long, but I got there. Shit. I already forgot the freaking thing. 207. It was 3207. Finally. The Laborian note sheet. Note sheet for infamous third movement of Aurelix Infinite Descent. 5 points. That's a lot of points. Naga Protector Diagnostic and Configuration Tool. Device containing hardware schematics as well as diagnostic and configuration tools for the Naga Protectors. Interfaces via retractable cable at the bottom, manufactured by Lemco. Don't think I need this actually, but I'll take it anyways. Super steel refining data. Already have all of those. And some haired gear pieces. High quality super steel. Bunch of parts. Actually, put this one back. And a sonocaster. Short-range, directed sound weapon whose destructive energy comes from the infrasonic component of a focused sound wave capable of passing through and damaging multiple targets. Sound waves' higher frequencies have been pre-tuned to various musical intervals and are reflected off objects with which the wave collides. Ignores mechanical damage threshold and half of the mechanical damage resistance. Attempts to deal 35% of the original non-critical damage to the targets it passes through. And it's got 3 special abilities. Amplified wave. Perform an unconditional special attack that deals 30% more damage to the primary target, but only half the normal passing damage. Resonating wave. Perform an unconditional special attack that deals double normal damage to the passing targets, but only half to the normal primary target. And disruptive wave. Deals 30% less damage to both the primary and pass-through targets, but dazes them for 1 turn. And since I'm not going to be using it, the most important stat on this page is value, 50,000. That's a lot of coins right there. Alright. Not done yet. But I do kind of want to go back up to drop off some stuff on the jet ski. Do I get the weird feeling I'm gonna pop up there and they're gonna be like, yo, where the hell are ya? The natives are here. Yeah, it's one problem after another. Can't pick what to get rid of. Maybe I just drop off some stuff in the cabinet for now. Come back for it later. Right, that's enough weight off. Let's This floor is done. Let's go from the bottom up. You know, remember mentioning just earlier that I was planning on putting out that little cheat sheet I made as a guide. Fucking glad I didn't. Save on battery. Take the vent. Now, at least I can say I figured out my first solution myself, and I mostly figured out the second one. Well, not really. That was entirely whoever wrote the wiki article. Still had to basically entirely do it myself to actually make sense of it, but it still ultimately helped me make sense of it. Make some grenades. Although, maybe I should make some high explosive grenades. They're kinda more useful here. But then again, they're only really more useful against the robots. And the crabs. Can't forget the crabs. For those crabs. Despite being known for living in a shell, it's not a great shell. Pretty sure there's nothing but hermit crabs in here. And yet. Just have to pop in to have a look. Pillow-shaped sponge. 2 points. And a second one. Another 2 points. Let's see what's happening in robotics. Nothing terribly exciting so far. But loot is loot. Could always use more. Bird storage. Gotta get in there. Well, sorta disappointing. Almost like someone already raided the storage. More fin grenades. Actually, do have some dischargers on me, and a couple of fusion cells. Gonna make my first Mark III, just to prove I can. Bam. I got 7 of the bastards. There's a lot of robots in there. That guy. Intelligencer article. A super strongman toy. Stronger than your average strongman. 1 point. So far, it Seems like the most unrealistic part of the Lemurian facilities is that they have a bathroom on every floor. A painting. A nice, though amateurish, oil on canvas painting. 2 points. Already halfway to another level. Correction. Very slightly less than halfway to another level. Never mind. We're there. 15 points out of 30. Nope. That one does not care about the cameras. And I sincerely hope me blowing up that camera didn't just... And I pan over. I don't see any statues standing there. This might be bad. Let me just go over here. Alright, there's one in the room. I know there's more. Not blocking the way. Do I face tank or stun? Stun. Alright, this might get kind of ugly. I stand right here. Come on. Right there. Will it cause a traffic jam? You just smacked me with a barrel. How rude. Nothing. Alright, fine. Have a frag grenade. That's more like it. Alright. There's a lot of fire in here. At least it's not spreading. was a room around here somewhere I couldn't get into. This one. Better be something in here. There ain't shit. Disappointed. Security keycard. Another broken high-tech watch. Or no, wait. Technically this is the first one I found. The first one did not count. I mean the original one. So that is the first one. Some more dead guys. Another floor down. There's like 4 more to go or something. Hypercerebrix. Sounds like the kind of pill designed to make your dick explode. In the good way. Medication synthesis unit. I've heard of those. The robot did not like that. Now there's more robots. Load the spicy rounds. Getting better and better at this. Fusing enzyme. Special enzyme that dissolves and fuses flesh. Do not want to get in contact with this. It's worth a lot. And Statolive. Mineralized mass extracted, or mineralized mass extracted from balancing organ of a cephalopod. Thought those were extinct. Definitely no fossilologist. Anyway, Lemgo L MSUP4 Medication Synthesis Unit. This unit is a working prototype, and as such might exhibit errors during operation. Contact us at nexus.medtech.medsymph for problem reporting and suggestions. Please select the item you want to synthesize. The percentage of total MedSynth chemical content required for synthesis is displayed next to each item. Gauge level 85%. Have to hack it if I want the special stuff. But do I want the special stuff? Yeah, I'd say so. Please wait. Warning. Synthesis of these types of medication hasn't been fully tested and could result in malsynthesized substances or even complete synthesis failures. Alright, have 85%. No, super soldier drugs are pretty damn hard to get. And I don't care about the Cyrene Invigorator. There's also super health hypos and focus stims. So hard to pick. So I could make 3 super soldier drugs and then have 10% left over. Then make something from the other menu out of it. Probably adrenaline. Could make 5 of the either super health hypos or focus dim. At least I think I could make 5. 4 of them is 60%, so no, wait. Does that add up to 85? Can't math right now. Super soldier drug. Another one. And a third one. Alright. Drain that sucker. Now I've got a small pile of this fun stuff. Strength, dexterity, agility, constitution, and perception by 2, and all combat skills by 20% for 4 turns. Definitely gonna use those before I beat the game. For sure. another watch. Carrying too much. We've got a bunch of repair kits sitting around, but need to make space. Temporary rewind. Just call that a VHS tape, my man. Cone snail pen. Pen made in the shape of a cone snail. 1 point. And now I think about it. Level 24. Forget if it's level 25 or level 26, where I start getting stuff like veteran feats and stuff like that. Pretty sure it's 26, but been wrong before. Alright. It's everything but the vents checked out. Pretty sure the most I'll find in there is spiders. Chemistry. I already know what's here. Just have to grab it. Yeah, fuck it. Pentabos. I'll definitely get this done in the next 20 minutes. Speaking of minutes, holy shit, the stream time. Didn't think I was going for nearly 6 hours so far already. Time flies when you're being a brainlet. Don't think I really need the acid I've been picking up. It's in the regular acid. Just need the purple stuff. Just realized, still had my motion tracking goggles on, rather than the crit goggles. Probably means I wasted like 2 grenades or something. I will never financially recover from this. There's just a couple of strong men behind that destroyed wall. But I still want to go there. I'm just drawn to it. Lighting the place up now. Out of basic EMPs. Now we're into the good stuff. So there's supposed to be a couple of guys back here. C1. Taking the goggles off. will switch out the boot. Surprised those guys didn't activate. It was just cause last time I came here and the cameras were still on. Alright, just geology and the admin. Never mind, there's just admin and IT. Can't forget about IT. They will turn your computer into a bomb if you dare forget about them. By that I mean they'll friend to do it and then not actually, because that's not how computers work. Chewed up fingers and broken teeth lie scattered around the skeleton. Grim. Alright. Not so tough when I actually have ammo now, are you? Console zapped me. It is a good pain. That one just died as soon as I clicked it. You know, you'd have a lot less issues if your IT department was all the way in the basement, rather than up here. And I'm not saying that because of the EMPs they probably deployed on this place. anything in the bathroom? Back to carrying too much. Gotta scrap something. Or downsize the materials. It's a bit better. Still have to go get all that stuff I left in the basement too. It's gonna be fun bringing all the loot back. Oh, let's see what's in the locked off bathroom. Surely there'll be like an entire gigantic stash of grenades or something. And not just nothing. Damn, could you believe it? Alright, that's everything. And I am feeling lazy as hell, so that's gonna be the end of the stream. Mostly because I kinda have to go take a piss. Or, check the pipes, as someone would say. Right then. Nothing witty to say. Just hope you like the stream. I do appreciate it. Anyways, I better get going. See ya.